General and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, August 24th, 2021. It is 9:30 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche,
Here.
and Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank
Let
you,
the
ma'am.
record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Chief of Police, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 2 on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board. So you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinion shall be deemed off topic and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways that are outlined on the agenda. If you wish to just listen to the meeting, you can call into the phone numbers listed on the agenda that are designated for call-in and listening purposes. Madam Secretary, we will now go to item 1 on the agenda, the report of the Chief of Police.
Morning, Commissioner President Briggs, members of the Commission, Mr. City Attorney, Inspector General, Mr. T-Fank. As I do each week, I'm going to speak first on our COVID-19 update, then go into significant events, an update on crime, and our personnel strength. Regarding our COVID-19 update, this past week, we continue to see an increase in the number of COVID cases impacting our employees. Our total number as of yesterday is now, just a moment. Yes, 2,977. That's an increase of 84. That's a substantial increase from the last week number, which was an increase of 45. Central area is our area, our hotspot, if you will. And we're monitoring each of our stations, and they have seen a substantial increase with 26 new COVID cases there. And due to that number of increases, we've taken some added protective measures, including restricting the front desk access in an effort to reduce the infection rate that we're seeing there. I'm happy to report that none of those cases there have resulted in hospitalizations. We did see 4 of our members that were hospitalized last week that have now been released and are at home and recovering. However, we have 2 new hospitalizations that occurred during the same period of time. We have approximately 187 personnel that are at home recovering. That was an increase of 53 from last week, which number was 134. Happy to report that 2,785 of our people have recovered from this virus, which is an increase of 26 additional members of the organization. Yesterday began our first day of our mobile vaccine process, a 20-hour scheduled event at 5 of our stations. In this instance, yesterday it was in the San Fernando Valley. We had 19 doses that were given during that period of time. This was the first day. We're working through with our local commands to ensure the setup and delivery of those vaccines are facilitated and our members are aware of this availability. That vaccine process or vaccination process will continue this week and next. And then depending on demand, it may continue or we may then suspend it for 4 weeks, waiting for the return for the second dose. We are administering during these vaccines with the support of LA Fire and Department of Public Health. All three vaccines are being made available to our members. Should there be some hesitation with one vaccine over the other, the effort here is to promote all to take this vaccine as a lifeline for their safety, as well as their family, as well as the public in which we serve. Regarding significant events this last week, there were no categorical uses of force that were incurred. And as far as significant events, I want to take a moment and thank our police reserves. This is a nearly just over 400 strong auxiliary effort of the department. These are peace officers that go through the identical training of Los Angeles police officers and are levels 1, 2s, and 3s. That gives them different levels of authority and responsibilities. And in our current effort to impact our violent crime and marshal additional resources in the field, we've reemphasized our campaign with reserve officers to ensure that they understand that, and we support them in a variety of different enforcement strategies that they can engage in. This past Saturday, the Office of Operations Public Engagement Unit hosted a Zoom meeting with more than 200 reserve officers attending for a question and answer period, as well as for the department to identify different strategies and tactics that they can engage in as far as deployment options. As a reminder, these reserves work each month in various assignments across the department, and this is an opportunity for us to optimize them as a force multiplier. Evidence of this was this last week, we deployed reserve officers and a small contingent of our regular officers, including some command and staff officers, Deputy Chief Blake Chow and others, on foot beats in the Hollywood area, as well as yesterday along the Melrose corridor. This is, again, an effort to ensure that we're engaging the public, that we are working with the public and understanding their needs and concerns, as well as showing the visibility to deter acts of violence and property crimes that we've seen in both of those areas of the city. That engagement, and whether it be foot patrols, but investigative opportunities and assignments, that'll continue going forward. But I want to just draw out and thank those individuals who do this work for it's a volunteer basis. They are sworn members of the organization, but there is no compensation beyond a small stipend that doesn't cover the cleaning of their uniform. But it's a great opportunity for members of our community to join this department in an effort to provide for the public safety of Los Angeles. Moving to our crime picture, we are seeing a 2.7% decrease in Part 1 crimes year to date, with a 6.4% increase in violent crimes. Our violent crime challenges continue with the issue of homicides and victims shot. We now have 247 homicides this year to date versus 199 last year. It's an increase of 48 additional homicides. 935 people have been shot in Los Angeles this year versus 692 last year, which is an increase of 35%. Those areas of focus have been and will continue to be our efforts of our surge. It's 90-day surge on suppressing instances of violent crime through both our strengthening of our investigative strategy, our enforcement strategies, but also our partnerships with our interventionists, faith, and community members. Over this last 28-day period, we have seen homicides slow, as well as the number of victim shots being reduced. The example of this was in the last 28-day period, we had 30 homicides. The previous 28-day period, that number was 46. In the last 28-day period, we had 116 victims shot. The previous 28-day period, that number was 131. And so with that decreases, which we are encouraged by, however, we are seeing some erosion in our property crime numbers, meaning that we're seeing, while we still have decreases year to date in burglaries and thefts and thefts from vehicles, we've seen some erosion, some loss of those reductions. The key here is that as the businesses and opportunities for us to get back into our society, into our communities increase, it's going to be increasingly important for our community members to lock it, hide it, keep it, to exercise good crime prevention methods to ensure that their belongings are safeguarded and that they take added measures to ensure that opportunists do not take advantage of those instances. I also want to report that in the first 3 weeks of our efforts to particularly strengthen our enforcement strategies, we've seen 25 additional guns taken from the street over and above our typical deployments, 179 felony arrests, 211 misdemeanor arrests, and the search warrants were 6 additional search warrants and 14 surveillance operations, if you will, on suspected violent and serious criminal offenders. These are all efforts that are force multiplying in our effort to bolster and strengthen our work through the summer to impact the increase in violent crime that we've seen. Moving to our personnel strength, we stand at 9,442 sworn members of the organization as of August 14th, which is our latest reporting period. 2,687 civilian personnel. And again, I referenced 402 reserve officers and 1,248 cadets. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to open it up for comments. I see Commissioner Sobroff raised his hand first. Go ahead, Commissioner Sobroff.
No, go ahead, Mr. President.
That's fine. I was going to actually go around the room. So if you want to go first, by all means, or Commissioner Bonner, do you have anything that you want to?
I'm ready to go. I've got a question. I have a question on COVID. Chief, can you explain to me and just the general public, what are the rules now? What did the city pass from an officer on the streets perspective? From your perspective, what is the requirement for employees of the city, or more important to me, the police department?
So the personnel department oversees the responsibility for all health requirements of all city employees. We're currently working with the personnel department on the actual rules and application of the city ordinance requiring all city employees to be vaccinated. In the absence of that vaccination, to be tested. There are within the ordinance allowances for individuals who have documented medical exemptions. There are instances in which the vaccine is not recommended for certain medical conditions, is my understanding. And there's also an exclusion or an off-ramp, if you will, for those that express and document a religious belief objection to taking this vaccine. Either of those instances, it's my understanding that the rules will be in place when date certain requires these vaccinations for those employees to be regularly tested for the existence of the COVID-19 virus. And in instances in which they are positive, that they'll be unable to work. What was just recently completed last Friday was an inventory of all city employees as to their vaccination status. We are still compiling those numbers. While I report on the number of vaccinated personnel within the department being just at 51% of our personnel receiving at least one dose, the reality of that is we suspect that there are additional officers and personnel that were vaccinated earlier and may not have cross-referenced or provided the department with that information. So that is the status of where we're at today. The actual rules are not, if you will, in place and enacted. These are all announcing to our people that these are processes that are being developed, working with our labor units to actually define consequences and circumstances of how these requirements will actually be implemented. For instance, yesterday, I'll close. Yesterday in our custody services division, we began testing all custody services employees that were not vaccinated or not reported being vaccinated for COVID-19 pursuant to the state requirements relative to custody settings. So these steps regarding vaccination or testing or some combination thereof, as we're seeing it in society with schools, with businesses, as far as admittance and so forth, you're seeing similarly as the department and as city operations unfold. Okay,
so two quick follow-ups, and that is, do we know, or do officers know, the number of officers that have come down with COVID, serious COVID, that have been vaccinated versus those who have come down with it that are unvaccinated? And Do we know that? And do the officers know that?
Yes, so this past weekend, we posted internally a training division video vignette of stories of individual testimonies of employees and survivors of COVID-19, encouraging our employees that who have not yet been vaccinated to be vaccinated. One of the stories is, and one of the accounts is an individual who was vaccinated and came down with COVID and was still hospitalized and was in very serious condition. And his testimony that he's convinced that absent that, as his doctors are, that absent that vaccine, that he would have been in much graver condition and could have lost his life because of underlying health conditions. In all other instances of hospitalizations, these have been of employees who have not been vaccinated.
Wow.
And our vignette also includes a survivor whose husband died, a member of this organization, and the vaccine was not available at the time. And so as a consequence of the COVID virus, she lost him. And her testimony also included that she was still hesitant to take the vaccine until her remaining children mentioned to her that she was her only parent that she had left. And that pulled on her and convinced her that this was something that she needed to engage in, despite her hesitation and her concerns for the safety of the vaccine. We have seen the impact of information campaign, misinformation and disinformation campaigns that have impacted our community of our members as it has throughout society. And particularly, again, as has most recently been reported, the people within their 20s and 30s, early 40s are the age groups in which we see the lowest levels of vaccination, and much of the time based on misinformation. So this video was an effort to continue information that's accurate, that's complete. And then my chief's message this past week also similarly addressed the use of face coverings, masks in public spaces, as well as work sites, as well as encouraging people to be vaccinated.
Good. If possible, can we or the public or public first see that, or is it an internal video for the
video for the training division video is an internal video. The chief's message, I believe, is already available on.
Okay.
If not, I'll make sure.
So as a snapshot in time, right now, officers, we're making it easy for officers to get vaccine because we're bringing it to them in the Valley anyway. And then around, number two is stressing the need. And number three is statistically that officers who have gotten sick and hospitalized all have one thing in common other than being human beings, and that is that they weren't vaccinated. And those are pretty compelling statements. And I just have one more question. It's a clarification. Is the city saying that anybody can say, well, look, I just I don't want to get the vaccine. I'll just get tested. Is that one category? I didn't think it was. I think that if it's a religious exemption or a medical exemption or something else, but the idea of whether you have a choice of just getting tested or getting vaccinated, has that been worked out yet?
No, it's as you described. The allowance, the expectation is, and the requirement is that all be vaccinated. And then the carve out are those two exceptions or allowances.
Okay.
And again, the details of the application of that, the documentation needed, the attesting to those two reasons or explanations, those are all matters that are being worked with our personnel department, with General Manager Wendy Macy, and our department personnel are working closely so that we can provide accurate and complete information to our employees as we move forward.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Silverall. Commissioner Bonner, did you have any questions?
I did, thank you, or I do, thank you. Chief, I wanted to ask a number of questions about the reserve officers that you meant, the 402 reserve officers, and and in a nutshell, what I'm really asking for is someone to maybe just send us all a little message that ties together some of the information. But I think a couple of points you'll know, offhand you can comment on, and then the others maybe you can have collected if necessary. So I'm just going to run through the questions, and you can comment on those the information you're familiar with. One relative to the 402, I just wanted to get some sense of how that number fluctuates, over time, or whether it's been relatively stable or any recent, increase or decrease, including whether there's any similar elements of attrition or other issues that are, impacting the workforce generally. Also, wanting some information in terms of the demographic breakdown, and that's not just ethnicity, but also age and geography, like are the people who typically live in Los Angeles and are from all the areas, or is there any concentration one way or the other, including kind of educational background, things of that nature. And then the things I'm sure you can comment on here briefly is you mentioned how some of the recent deployment, and I'm curious, just wanting to clarify, are these officers, are they under command of Chief Grimala and their OO, and who and how decide, or who decides when and where they're deployed, things of that nature? And also then, do they get the same? You mentioned the training that they all receive, which I presume is on the front end, but do they also receive in-service training on the same kinds of issues that sworn officers do, in particular relative to de-escalation, use of force and things along those lines? And has there been, are they involved in ever in any use of force situations, whether it's non-categorical or categorical? So just comment briefly. I don't want to take up all the time, but comment briefly. And then maybe if you could have somebody, send us all a little note or something that just covers some of the other informational items or elements.
Absolutely. We have someone who's writing these down, but let me briefly talk about a couple of these areas, but we'll get you a more detailed note in response on the demographics and so forth. Let's start first on the size of the reserves. 306 of them are level 1 police reserves, meaning that they're fully certified to work with anyone within the organization, or level 1 reserves can work together. They've completed more than 2,000 hours of field work in addition to all the required training of being a police officer, which exceeds 900 hours of training within LAPD. 35 are level 2. Those are individuals that are still completing their 2,000 hours of field work, where they work alongside a police officer 3, a police officer that is giving them training and ensuring that they're acquiring the skills and expertise and demonstrating those as they go about their work. 61 are level 3. These are have recently completed the academy, and or individuals that have taken a niche where they're working front desk assignments or working investigative assignments that do not involve field work and so forth, and that's their area of support and assistance to the department. The growth of the organization, the last 3 years has been a focus to have regular, ongoing, systematic level 3 classes and level 2 classes of reserve classes. They generally stagger with a level 3 class, then followed by a level 2. Level 3 reserve, once they complete their hours, I believe it's 600 hours. I'll get more details to you. But that level 3 reserve is then given an option to go to a level 2 reserve class. So we stagger those one following the other, much like you would an undergraduate or graduate degree if you're going to continued education. The overall 402 number is a little increase for over the last 5 years, as I recall. We'll get to the demographics as far as the growth or whether that's at. It is an older group, meaning that we are attempting to attract younger recruits, younger reserve officers. That is a challenge given the demands of young people as they go through their full-time job and assignment to then complete the academy within the organization, but we're working to strive to open up the reserves to a younger demographics. I'll get you the demographics of race and gender. I don't have those with me, as well as their education level. As to in-service training, they do and are required to participate in ongoing in-service training, as every line officer is. And so the updates and so forth, they are required to attend. We do sponsor reserve training days when the officers, existing reserve officers, find that to be more convenient. We'll bundle together what's called perishable skills and our post requirements so that they can attend it, typically on a weekend day. And then as to the command and control of them, the reserve officers work out of all 21 areas and some specialized posts. The efforts that we're currently engaged in is our bureau chiefs and area captains, as they're working on our violent crime reduction strategies, have been encouraged to utilize reserves for particularly foot beats and those type of patrols, and an engagement strategy that connects reserves with our business communities and with our residential communities. But they're also available for uniform patrols. They're also available to work human trafficking task forces and other type assignments, depending on as their qualification allows. Lastly, ever is a long time for a categorical use of force, having ever been involved in one. So I'm not prepared to speak to that. But generally, our experience have been that they work as line officers do, and for many of them have never seen over a 5, 10, 15-year experience, have not been involved in a categorical use of force or an officer-involved shooting or other such critical events. But again, that's one of those areas again that I'll follow up with you with the Office of Operations as far as a desk note to provide that added detail.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know it's a program that and a element of the workforce that we've been briefed on before. But as you opened your comments here today and emphasized kind of I don't know if it's fair to say a growing role, but an important role nonetheless, just be helpful to understand the full picture. So very much appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Kalanche, do you have any questions for the chief?
I do. I have a quick follow-up. Hello, Chief.
Hello.
Regarding the COVID numbers, there was a request a couple of weeks ago to try to understand the geographical or division breakdown of where the vaccinations were, what divisions had like more employees vaccinated, just to understand like maybe where we can target our efforts. I don't know if that was ever compiled, but just an understanding of like where our vaccinated folks are. Is it spread across all divisions equally? Do we have some divisions that have more folks vaccinated? Is it are the patrol officers more vaccinated than the office staff? So just want to understand where the 51% of vaccinated folks or the 49% unvaccinated are situated in the division. I think that would be really helpful.
Happy to reply. I'm looking at my action items, my list that I carry. I don't see that on there, so we'll add that. I do know we track our where our confirmed cases are by command, and I suspect that we have, and I believe we have the demographics for vaccination rates as well.
That would be great, so we can figure out how to target messaging. Or thank you, Chief. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Commissioner Decker, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Chief, turning to crime stat numbers for a moment, and I know you have spoken about this before. Can you put in context where LA's numbers fit nationally in terms of the crime surge? How is LA doing relative to how other cities around the country are doing? In addition, you mentioned property crime going up. I wonder if you can provide more context to that, please.
Let me handle the property crime aspect first. In regards to our burglaries are down 14% year to date, which is a significant number. However, that number last week was down 14.2%. So we lost some erosion there where we saw a particular command, Pacific and 77th, are leading the city with an increase actually in burglaries year to date. We track each week each of these property categories, and burglary theft from vehicles was down 5.3% last week. As of the week before, it was down 6.2%. So again, someone entering a car locked or unsecured and removing property, we had a 6.2% reduction year to date, and in a week's time, it dropped nearly a full percentage point. And then lastly, on thefts, we were down 10%, and that number was reduced to being down 9.4%. And so again, an erosion where we saw increases Northeast, Hollywood, and Central are three of our top areas where we've seen increases both year to date. And last week, we saw Northeast increase by 11, Hollywood by 8, and Central by 9 additional thefts above the line, if you will, of what it would take to be at zero or a reduction in property theft. So what we're seeing also, lastly, is motor vehicle thefts have for the last, for this year, have we seen a continued reduction of motor vehicle thefts as far as the rate of theft. When we look at motor vehicle thefts in February, we had a 37% increase in motor vehicle thefts from the year before. And since that date, that has incrementally dropped each week to a low of 5% on the week of August 14th. Last week, that number increased to 5.3%. And yesterday, when we were talking in our crime briefing, we saw that Pacific area was up 20 additional thefts, motor vehicle thefts. So that's a surge there. Hollywood was up 19 additional thefts of motor vehicles, and West LA was up 25. Those are significant increases. And one of the questions in our crime control meeting was, what's the underlying aspect of that? We've seen, for instance, in Hollywood, we're now at 85% plus pedestrian levels in the Hollywood Entertainment District, with tourism responding nearly entirely U.S. tourism, because there's little foreign travel for tourism. But with those high rates of return of pedestrian traffic in those in the Hollywood Entertainment District, we're seeing increased pressure on both property crimes as well as aggravated assaults, which are essentially stemming from bars and taverns and disputes that are erupting out on the street. And so our efforts there is to address what are those underlying contributors to the increase, and then take those on. Now, in regards to the overall how we stand in violence compared to other major cities, I believe, and I'll make some qualitative statements, that we are better and achieving better results, increases nonetheless, but not as much as we're seeing other major cities. I don't know that I have those numbers directly in front of me, but I will say Chicago, New York City, Philadelphia, Dallas, Houston, these are all cities that I'm regularly seeing their rate of shooting victims and homicide at a substantially higher clip, meaning that 50, 60 type instances of shooting violence over a weekend in Chicago, shooting violence in New York City at a substantially higher pace. Those cities like us are struggling with too much gun violence and too many guns in too many hands. I do believe, because we see those cities working with us and our gang intervention strategies, and as a city, we as a city, that they're looking to Los Angeles to understand how the effect of interventionists and street ambassadors can quell the level of violence, particularly the retaliatory violence that we see from one group to the next.
Thank you, Chief. That was helpful. I appreciate that. Changing subjects a bit, personnel strength. Can you advise when the next recruit class is starting, its approximate size? And if you have the composition, that'd be helpful too. If not, we'll get that later.
I will get that back to you. The next recruit class starts next week with the, and that'll be our third recruit class to start. Our goal is 60 individuals. I will get from the Office of Support Services the makeup and the composition and get that to you. We should have that. Their appointments were actually last Wednesday or tomorrow, one of the two. So for the start.
Understood. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Commissioner Briggs, no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Chief, I just want to follow up on one topic that is of concern. So just yesterday, the FDA approved Pfizer as an approved vaccine. One would think that the hesitancy, at least expressed nationally, I'm not, targeting anything, but nationally, was that everyone was waiting for the FDA to approve a vaccine. So my question to you is, what are we going to do as a department now that the FDA has approved the vaccine? The city council has mandated that all city employees be vaccinated to ensure that those officers who do not fit within the exemptions, 2 exemptions that Commissioner Soboroff pointed to, receive their vaccines timely. You're on mute, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. So I look forward to the actual rules, if you will, the playbook. I've described it in broad strokes, and the personnel department will deliver. I'm confident of that within days or week or so. The projected date of October for implementation gives us time to continue to inform. And as America, we've seen an increase in vaccination rates with these mandates, I believe we'll see a similar response within LAPD. I also anticipate that there'll be frustration and by some who do not support being vaccinated, as demonstrated by their conduct of not being vaccinated at this point. We're going to work with them to educate, provide assurance of the safety of this vaccine, and in the absence of the allowances of a medical or other exemption, they'll be required to take that vaccine and to submit to it, as we do with other qualifications of being an employee of the city of Los Angeles and being a member of this organization. We have a concurring vaccination requirements today. We have, as well as other licensing requirements and health requirements in order to be a member of this organization. And so I suspect that this will follow that. The key here is that to be transparent, to be forward and talk and communicate. I am this weekend going to be at the Los Angeles Police Protective League delegates meeting, which is an opportunity, as I was in Central's roll call last night, to talk firsthand with officers and to encourage them and to recognize, as Commissioner Soboroff indicated, the impact, the personal impact this has had on nearly 3,000 of our members, and the loss of 10 of our people and 3 spouses, and the ongoing challenge and threat with 2 people who are hospitalized, 1 in very critical condition, that this is very much a danger to them. If we had lost 10 officers in the line of duty in this last year to gun violence, we would, it would be devastating. It is no less devastating losing 10 members of this organization to this virus, particularly recognizing that this virus exists today in so many different places, and the job and the nature of our work requires us to be here and to go out and provide for public safety. And there is no option of staying home and calling this one in. And so our people need to have the safeguards. They need to have the protections for themselves, for their family, and for the public that we serve. And my commitment as chief is, and our team, our leadership team, is to promote the adoption of this vaccine and its protective measures as we, as a culture and as a community, come to terms with this as a requirement for us today and in the times in which we live.
Thank you, Chief. There is no further questions from me. Madam Secretary, I will now go to item 2 on the agenda, public comment period. Can you please open it up and name the first caller?
Okay, our first caller is Jason R., followed by 3146.
Oh, I get to go first. All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So this is Jason with BLM LA. Musty Mike, you went on Air Talk last Wednesday and lied your way through yet another interview. When trying to prove that the LAPD doesn't treat right-wing white supremacist demonstrators any differently than other protesters, you really had the nerve to bring up the Jackie Lacey Must Go protest as an example of the lack of LAPD presence at BLM protests. First off, we know you had plainclothes cops there on the regular. And as far as a uniform presence, yeah, that's because the fucking sheriff's department had y'all covered, you fucking idiot. Anybody knows that the Hall of Injustice is ruled by Villanueva and his henchmen, so miss us with that bullshit. So we know all the names of the LAPD officers who have died from COVID. What we don't know is the names of all the citizens who have died as a result of COVID because of your officers running around maskless in our communities. Again, not their communities, since they all live outside the city of Los Angeles. This alone should be enough to have more fired. Can you believe that this moron at one point had dreams of becoming a certified public accountant? Moore mixes up numbers as often as his officers do, so it's no surprise that his officers bombed a South Central neighborhood since they likely used Mike's math matrix. Soboroff last week was fiending so bad for some bootlicking that he took the beginning part of the meeting in his car, desperately searching for LAPD officers to stop so he could bow down on old-ass knees to slurp up the latest and greatest in police gear boots. In fact, I heard he's a subscriber to the LAPD boot catalog. Now, we know Soboroff is a bona fide creeper as he tweeted about watching surveillance from his
Madam Secretary, we're going to go to the next.
Hold up, Briggs. I'm going to tie this to the...
Sir, thank you.
We're concluded, Mr. Jason R.
Okay, our next speaker is caller ending 3146, followed by Zach Sherwin. Caller 3146, you're on.
Hi, sorry. Is that me?
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
Hi again. God bless. Let's see. Public comment, Chief Leary, 4B, 3B, that kind of stuff.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. On the ethics, 4B, when I think about Eric Rivera being shot in the head from behind, I'd like to know the truth. Despite that, officers, when they're fired for doing a database false entry, but when the police do a false police report stating that he thought he had been shot in the elbow, okay, and he didn't get fired. What is the timeline, right? So did he shoot Eric and then was hit in the arm by the door and he thought he'd been shot? Or was he hit by the car door and then he fired the weapon? Because there's no way to mistake the difference between being hit by a car door and being shot in the elbow. And being this being a police officer, ethical police officer, reasonable police officer by Graham versus O'Connor, or transparency, right? They didn't get fired. The vice president, madman vice president, stated she reviewed all high visibility cases and sided with everything was correct. So she is issuing a directive that with that action, that nothing more can be done. This makes her the murderer with Charlie Beck and Illuminati Beck and the officers. These two officers also are being failed by the government. They killed someone after being poorly trained, poorly protected, improperly poorly supported, caused these officers to murder, yet they're still on the force. And these are the contradictions, the liars. There's no ethicalness here. How about Waukesha Wilson? You guys want to do cams on everybody. Well, we need cams on you. I just heard again, we'll get back to you on that. Well, I'm trying to protect the rank and file. You put a cam on them. We need a cam on you, Chief. All day long, we need a cam on the vice president and the president, and of course on Bonner and Soboroff. The Leary. You know, I've said stuff about a net gun, shot somebody else in the face for no reason. You call a lawful assembly, right? Well, you don't have the ability to just shoot people, though, that don't have guns. That's why I talked to you about the net guns on net.com, netgun.com. It shoots a Remington 700 with a .308 caliber with the CO2 cartridge. Then you wouldn't be shooting people in the testicles. Now, slight support of the police department. I noticed that I read about how they traded prisoners for guns when they brought slaves over here. That means that the chief of the tribe has a jail in Africa. So the chief of the tribes in Africa, they have jails for people who committed crime. Everybody is black and African. I'm being told that the police was created by white people. How come the African tribes have police departments?
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Betty Lay.
Hi, all items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
All right, I'll start with the chief's report. We just hear, it's just week after week with this, but, the chief's talking about the added protective measures that are going to be implemented to reduce the infection rate. The ones that you need are to make your officers get vaccinated and to make them wear masks. You know, there's all this like word salad from the chief about off ramps for vaccination requirements and how, I mean, it's just on and on. Just say what's happening, which is that your cops don't want to get vaccinated and you're not going to make them. And if you really think that the solution at this point is to like give them training videos and show them vignettes about how important it is to get this vaccine, like get real, live in the real world. One might think that this oversight board would put its foot down, but instead the oversight is limited to Steve Soberoff, like nodding along with his brow furrowed to show how seriously he takes it when the chief talks about showing a video with a vignette. The chief is garbage, but you know, he's like the head of this system. And I think this board is at least equally bad and in some ways worse because your oversight, which is like your whole raison d'etre for being here, is just absolutely toothless. I want to draw attention to another moment, a small one, but Commissioner Bonner asked the chief for some numbers and the chief says he'll get them to the commissioner. Yeah, I'll get back to you with those demographic numbers. I have a challenge for this board, which is when the chief does provide those demographics, I mean, it's not like I actually care about the substance of them, but make it a point not to let it slip through the cracks. Commissioner Bonner, I challenge you to say, on August 24th, I asked the chief for some numbers and here they are. This board relies so much on making it difficult for people to engage and for, you know, not letting us speak after every agenda item and for things to, there's so much happening in this city and it all just sails by down the current. Like make it a point, go above and beyond to be accountable and to just get fucking serious about your oversight role instead of letting all this stuff just sail on by and letting this chief who is so overdue for being thrown out of office, thrown out of his job, like hold him accountable. It's the whole reason you're here. All right. The consent agenda items are considered to be routine and non-controversial. It shouldn't be considered routine that you're approving drones that this community has screamed that they do not want by the LAPD's own survey. Calling it non-controversial to approve tens of thousands of dollars to buy more drones, that is absolutely misguided. And whoever put this agenda together, you know, needs to rethink saying stuff like that. It is so bizarre that you tuck those two drone donations in the same consent agenda item with a barbecue grill. They are apples and oranges. This commission seems dedicated to the opposite of whatever principles you espouse to be in terms of oversight and accountability. I'll go.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Betty Lay, followed by Machios Cadane.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, public comment, and several of the agenda items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay, first off, as everybody knows, and I repeat every week, I support Chief Moore. I support our Los Angeles Police Department. I was very impressed with Chief's report on the percentage of shootings and homicides that did not involve LAPD. People of the public need to understand that. And also in public comment, I have reached out to Commissioner Briggs 2 or 3 times. I'm hoping he will contact me. I would appreciate that very much. Also on the agenda items, I support the donations and the items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And I just think it's very important for people to understand how much we need our police officers. Chief Moore, we need them to be refunded, not defunded. And it's very important that we support those who are recovering from COVID. And whenever I'm at any station, I will tell you, the officers are wearing masks. The officers are practicing the county health demands and mandates. I just think it's very important that everybody follows that. I'm sorry that all of you have to listen to such negative remarks. With that, I'm going to yield the rest of my time. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Machios Kadane, followed by T.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
This is Matias with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles. I do first want to say that the commission's decision to cut off Jason earlier was bullshit. That was a substantial comment, and you can't cut people off just because they make you uncomfortable when you allow other white supremacists to dog whistle their fucking racist dogma nonstop. Onto the chief's report. Chief Moore, the fact that it's taken you well over a year and a half to begin to try and implement COVID guidelines is a joke. Your police force has fueled this pandemic, and this effort to coddle your anti-vax cops with testimonial videos is frankly pathetic. You're an ineffective leader. You've never held your officers accountable, not for not wearing masks. You've never required them to get tested, and you allow them to self-report their vaccination status. Your commitment to their protection and the protection of Angelenos on a whole is performative, and you're pretty unconvincing. Also, Chief Moore's response that ever is a long time in response to Bonner's question regarding the reserve officers having ever been involved in a categorical use of force seems to be an admission of the inevitability of violence when the LAPD is involved. Onto the consent items, the drone donations. Yeah, we've never wanted drones. We got these drones in 2014 because Seattle PD didn't want the drones, and we've always opposed it. We kept the drones grounded until October 2017, when the police commission voted on a pilot program. And even that was contested. It was voted 3-1, which means one of your predecessors actually sat that out. So I don't know why you would slip this in as a consent item. And when the drone pilot first came out, the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition actually warned about mission creep, that this would creep into other aspects of our daily lives, like used for surveillance. And this is what's happening right now. That's what we're seeing. It's manifesting itself as this very procedural decision. And putting new drones and surveillance equipment in LAPD's deadly hands means, you know, more of us are going to die. More Black and brown people are going to die. We're going to be criminalized. We're going to be incarcerated. And it's absolute bullshit. I didn't hear an update on the victims of the June 30th bombing. What are we doing for them? I still haven't heard the names of the 2 elderly victims who were effectively murdered by the LAPD's, well, just, yeah, stupidity, incompetence. Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. I think that's all I have. Yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T, followed by Kim.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, want to honor the fact we're on indigenous stolen land. Second of all, honor the loved ones that have been killed by law enforcement. Over 640 have been killed by LAPD and LA Sheriff's Department over the past 7 years. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands that have been killed by slave catchers since the inception. Want to speak on the chief's report. The chief continues to go on here to spread misinformation. It's ridiculous you cut off one of our comrades when you allow the antics of racists and pro-blue people to go on and spread misinformation. Absolutely ridiculous. You need to cut the 45 minutes time. In a city of 4 million, how can this even be, you know, a representation of, you know, the community voice? This commission is a sham. Y'all continue to be on here week after week after week, and just, you know, this is a joke for a community oversight board or commission. We need a real civilian oversight, and that's, you know, should be the voice of the people. Second of all, what's being done about the bombing in South LA? Ozzie Hutchins, I'll raise his name, that was killed by the bombing. Ramon Reyes, that was killed by the bombing, yet no one in the department has been held accountable for those 2 lost lives. And I'm pretty sure all those folks are still displaced. Where's their compensation? Let's see, the items today are as such. Y'all want money for drones? You receive 3 billion a year. We have communities that need housing, mental health care. We need healthy food, and the food deserts in South LA. You know, you can find a liquor store on every corner and a fast food restaurant, but no grocery stores because y'all are eating up our budget. 54% of the city's general fund you receive, yet you continually ask for money to surveil our people, more equipment to kill our folks, predominantly around communities. Stop over policing our communities. We want to defund the police, refund our Black and brown communities. We want to dismantle this department, fire Chief Moore. He is incompetent, and this commission is a complete sham. I yield the 5 seconds of my time. Good day.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kim, followed by Gina Viola. Kim, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First of all, I would like to echo what T was just saying, because that was my first thought, is we heard nothing today. I don't believe we did last week either, about the victims of the bombing that the LAPD detonated in a residential neighborhood. We have heard nothing about the status of their homes, the money that they deserve for restitution, for what the police caused. They cannot afford to fix their homes and their cars and the mental health and physical health, medical health that they need in order to be restituted for the damage that was caused. And again, that money should come out of the police budget, not out of the regular budget. That was a police issue, should not come out of our budget. You guys get $3 billion a year, take it out of that, not out of the rest of the money in the budget. The other thing is, again, these comments, these 45 minutes, it's insane. I mean, I raised my hand the minute the meeting started, and all of us were already on, had already been, all the seats had already been filled. It is not enough for the amount of people in this city. I don't know why we're not meeting in person. Lots of other cities are. There's a way to do that safely. But I guess you guys don't want to see us in person. I don't know. You don't want to hear the objections. You don't want to see our faces when we demand the rightful demands that the people of this city deserve. We deserve not to be killed by the police. We deserve not to be infected with the virus from the police, who keep getting sicker and sicker. And it's not really a surprise because they are not wearing masks. And I have seen so many police around this city not wearing masks. I don't know how many of them get vaccinated. That's not something that I'd be surprised if any of them are. But either way, they're getting sick. And if they're getting sick, that means the people they come in contact with are also getting sick. So that needs to be punitive. If they get sick, there should be a consequence. If they are not wearing their mask, there should be a consequence. But none of that's happening, and they're continuing to get sicker, and they're just spreading the virus. So that's an issue. The other issue is we don't want drones. And in 2014, we overwhelmingly said we didn't want drones. So no, we don't want any more drones. We don't want drones all over the city, watching over, traffic. It's like, no, because the minute that happens, then it's going to be more and more spying in our lives. We don't want drones. No, there should be no extra money spent. There should be no extra money given to the police for drones. We do not want our money.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Gina Viola, followed by Hamid Khan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Chief's report, public comment, and 3A, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Chief's report. Why do you even give COVID numbers? Do you know, you are the police chief. Do you know how many pictures and videos are posted daily showing your people not wearing masks and interacting in close proximity with the public daily? I see dozens daily. You are the police chief. Do you not see those things? Shocking. You close the desks, you close the offices to the public, but it's your folks who are the COVID danger to the community. You gave this whole presentation about your vaccine drive last week, but you know what you left out of it? How many people took the vaccine as a result of the drive? I was listening for that number. I didn't hear it. You didn't bother to say, because we both know it's hardly any. LAPD is the nuisance to our health and safety. You stalk and kill Black, brown, and poor people in the city. Then you continue to suffer their health by trying to find a path for accountability. Their family members continue to get sick and high blood pressure just from trying to get you folks to hold people accountable. You're getting even community members like myself who don't have a direct connection to police killing my family members. Even my blood pressure rises during this farce of a show that we have that goes on here. Public comment. You know, your organization has had roughly the same amount of personnel for the last dozen or so years, yet your budget has gone from 2.1 billion to 3.2 billion. So I'm going to need y'all to stop crying about defunding the police. You continue to hoard the community resources year after year, budget after budget cycle. How is it that a department that has the same number of personnel roughly have that increase of a budget size? I think we all know the answer to that, and you need to stop doing it. You need to stop divesting from communities and their ability to be healthy so that you can be out there killing us. As for the drones, my goodness, we told you back years ago, we do not want drones. 94% of the people from your own survey said we do not want drones. Yet here you are again, getting ready to do more drones out in the community, just to, again, further stalk us, further keep us unsafe. This is mission creep. We don't want this. When the drone pilot first was launched, the community said, no more mission creep. Yet you keep doing it. It keeps happening. After 4 years, we see the LAPD trying to sneak in an expansion of its drones to investigate traffic accidents. This is a clear example of how mission creep takes place, normalizing and expanding the use of military-style tactics by weaponry by force. Also,
Okay, thank you. Hamid Khan, followed by Richie.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So the classic definition that Gina Viola just shared with you all of mission creep is exactly what it is. A shift in objectives during the course of a military campaign, often resulting in long-term commitment. It's the gradual broadening of the original objectives. And this is exactly what we are saying. When the LAPD first got the drones in 2014 from Seattle Police Department, the community rose up. The whole city came together and formed a drone-free LAPD No Drones LA campaign, which resulted in these drones being grounded. And in spite of what Chief Beck at this time was saying, that he will not move forward with any program if the residents of Los Angeles do not agree with that. Well, in your own surveys, when they came back in 2017 for the pilot program, you did the survey yourself, and out of the over 1,600 surveys and responses you received, about only 97 agreed with this thing. And that's exactly what Gina was raising, about 94% of the population saying no. But here we are seeing the expansion of that drone program. Now it's about traffic congestion. Now it's about, accidents, investigating accidents. But we see the pattern. We saw the pattern expand exactly around mission creep when we look at the SWAT, the history of SWAT, going back in the late 1960s. And that's what we saw, that over time, by the mid-2000s, over 80% of SWAT operations had turned into serving warrants for low-level drug offenses, and which resulted in smoke bombs being thrown into people's homes, children dying because of asphyxiation and all of this thing. So that's exactly what we see. And even one of your own commissioners, Cynthia McLean Hill, back in 2017, called it, and I'm quoting her, asinine, the way this thing was done, and voted against the pilot program as well. And that was what the 3-1 decision was. So Bonner, you got to really pay attention to this thing, that when you have the city of Los Angeles absolutely rejecting these things, when you have over 90% of the people of the city just rejecting themselves and saying that absolutely no, we don't want the more militarization of the LAPD. We don't want more surveillance equipment. We don't want these tactical operations to keep on expanding, because the state of North Dakota back in 2016 already approved legislation that police drones can use non-lethal weapons, as if like tasers don't kill people. The state of Connecticut has been debating about putting lethal weapons. So this expansion of this program is clearly headed in a certain direction. And we continue to see this marketplace of technology where the LAPD has become this major buyer of this pseudoscience. And it's a boondoggle. It reminds us of that whole $750 toilet seat when the US Navy back during Reagan years as well. And we saw that how useless laser program was. We saw how useless predictive policing was. So it's the same pattern where now there's this hunger that, let's get some more toys. Let's get some more toys. The budget keeps on increasing and people keep on suffering.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by Adriana Gomez.
Hi, yes, this is Richie Serjanko from the People City Council. I just wanted to, make a remark that cutting off Jason R. at the beginning, just because he said a few things about Chief Moore and some of the commissioners, that's not how the First Amendment works, you guys. But anyways, Chief Moore, the report on LAPD, 80 new cases. That's a reflection on your leadership, my guy. Of your lack of leadership, your ineffective leadership. And it's funny you make a point about, if 10 officers were lost in the line of duty. Imagine if 10 officers were shot. Imagine the freak out you guys would be doing. Imagine what Chief Moore would be saying about how the people are killing LAPD officers and we need to stop Antifa. And all of these things, bro, you are literally killing the people in your department. 10 people, that's because of you. 50% of your officers are vaccinated. We see pictures and videos every single day of them not wearing masks. You're not taking this serious. LAPD is a public health concern. I want to raise up the point that, there was nothing on the LAPD violence here. Two names of the elderly victims that died, Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes, refused to be uttered by the people on this commission. I want to go back to the chief's report and COVID. I want to know why Central Division isn't listed on LA Public Health's list of workplace outbreaks. The LA Fire Department and other departments are listed, but Chief Moore, and I know you're paying attention, Chief Moore, tell me why Central Division isn't listed on workplace outbreaks. Is it because you don't care about accountability? Because you don't care about getting the folks on Skid Row sick? Yeah, you're going to have, and I wonder what this commission does. You guys sit here and just listen to people say things about Chief Moore all week. But I just want to pass it 1 second.
Hey, so since y'all love to vote on invasions of our privacy, other callers who have no objections to these constant overreaches of power by the LAPD should have no issue when we invade the privacy of police and commissioners alike. On that note, Haley Moore was an executive administrative assistant for the Metro Nashville Public Health Department for a short time, but probably got fired since her daddy can't discipline his officers for violating.
Mr. President, I'm not sure how this is relevant to a matter before the commission.
I agree, Madam Secretary. Let's go to the next matter, please.
Okay, our next speaker is Adriana Gomez, followed by Baba Akili.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
3A in public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Sorry, 3E in public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Currently, OPGs are not representative of the community or demographics of the city of Los Angeles, and selective contract awarding is a big problem in the city. We currently have 17 OPG tow companies with 23 tow areas. 100% of those contracts have been awarded to male-owned companies. 0% of those contracts have ever been awarded to a company owned by a female. 0. 50.5% of city residents are females. So why is the LAPD and the Police Commission not making a better effort to include women in these awards? The disparity of the equitable allocation of contracts awarded has to be addressed. There's currently one tow company that has 3 areas. They're out in the San Fernando Valley. This company, Black and White Towing, is a company that is being recommended today by the executive director. Today we have before us an ex-chief of police, Mr. Richard T. Fenk, recommending another ex-chief of police, the owner of Black and White Towing, for a 3rd area. He will be the only owner of an OPG with 3 tow areas in the city of Los Angeles. This is an evident conflict of interest, and Mr. T. Fenk should have recused himself from this RFP recommendation. We need the board to have real oversight or accountability over this issue. The boys club mentality is obvious, and looking at the current OPG awards, we can see it. The RFP is just a formality, and the contract was pre-awarded to Black and White Towing because he's one of the boys. No company has a chance to compete with the OPG Association and the big political contributions. This is not an inclusive process, and it has to end now. Black and White Towing was recently sued by the Department of Justice for illegally selling a car owned by a U.S. Marine. So the awarding of contracts should represent the city demographics, the towing experience, and the knowledge of the community that it will serve. I ask the board to please reconsider the recommendation and make sure that in the future, women are included and there is a meaning to 50.5% of the residents in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Baba Keeley, followed by Adam of the Smiths.
Yes, this is Keeley with Black Lives Matters LA. I want to speak on the chief's report and public comment.
Okay, 2 minutes.
In any other city under these conditions, Chief Moore would have been fired for what happened in South LA over on 27th and San Pedro. And the fact that there's no accountability, that there's no real substantive action being taken is an example of both poor leadership on the part of the police chief, but more importantly, on the part of the commission. You all haven't done anything either. And each week when that he makes a report and he doesn't make reference to the bombing on San Pedro is an indication of the lack of accountability, which is one reason why we're saying Chief Moore must be fired. We're also calling for the defund of the police. For every dollar you get through these donations, it should come from your budget so that the city, we can invest in our communities. And then finally, since 2014, Angelenos have made it clear we do not want these drones. The LAPD has a history of surveilling Black, brown, and poor neighborhoods from the ground and using these drones to do that. And we made reference to mission creep. We know once you start a pilot project, because that's what you really want, that opens the door to SWAT being expanded and ultimately to these drones being expanded to surveil us more and to be used against us. So we are we joined the rest of the people who have said since 2014, no more drones. And then finally, in this 45-minute bullshit, man, come on. You all know that you can shut us down, or you try to shut us down with this 45-minute process. And that's all that it's about. It's not about public input. It's not about public process. It's really about you all not having to really listen to us.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Adam of the Smiths, followed by Andrea.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
Can I speak on all of them? Actually, except 5A1.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Great. Yeah, first I want to speak to the chief's report and specifically what you were talking about, Chief, about the reserve officers. My comrade Craig R., an organizer with Los Angeles Community Action Network, calls you Chief Lismore. And it's fitting in general and specifically today because, you know, when you talked about reserve officers getting the same training as LAPD officers, not that if they did, it would like credential them in a way that means that they should be interfacing with anybody in the community, because obviously the training given to LAPD officers is inherently anti-Black and all of the things that come with policing. But it says on your website that the reserve officers, if they've passed a post-approved, POST-approved police academy, then they only have to go through an LAPD orientation to be a reserve officer. So curiously, I'm wondering like how many current cops from other jurisdictions are reserve officers, how many ex-cops are current reserve officers. We know that 5A2 in closed session relates to an off-duty volunteer unpaid reserve officer who apparently shot a dog or a cat or an elephant. And it matters because you lie all the time. So yeah, re-COVID, someone already lifted up the point, but I'm very curious because I keep checking about the county public health department that lists workplace outbreaks. And continuously we see different fire departments, because of course they don't get vaccinated either, but that's a different conversation. We see city departments listed all the time where there are outbreaks at work, and yet we don't see any LAPD stations. You said today that Central Division on Skid Row has 26 cases. So if that doesn't constitute an outbreak, I'm not sure what does, and I'm not sure why it wouldn't be on the public health website. And this fucking shit board should probably ask these types of questions. Yeah, Chief, you mentioned, you know, how 10 officer deaths from COVID is equally as terrible as like a shooting or whatever, but it's not treated the same because there's no way to turn supposed violence. There's no way to turn like a COVID outbreak against the communities that you're targeting in the warfare of the police state, right? The way that you think about like flashlights at a protest or water bottles at a protest, or God forbid someone throws a, you know, whatever. The way that you turn that on the communities, fuck off.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Andrea, followed by caller ending 7543.
And Madam Secretary, caller 71543 will be the last public comment.
Okay. Andrea, you're on. Andrea? Okay, we'll come back to Andrea. Caller 7543.
Good morning, Commissioners and Chief Moore. My name is Lionel from CD6. Calling to make a comment on all available items and general public comment, please. Hello?
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. I was reviewing the items briefly, and I noticed that many of the items, like for example, C about donations, that's a lot of money, and due to the police current, the LAPD's current budget and their salaries and their pensions, because I took a graduate studies class and with David Kane, who is an NPA instructor. And from what I've learned is that many of the police unions and the fire department unions are very powerful unions that wield a lot of influence over city politics, and they do get a lot of money out of a huge chunk of the budget. And I believe that they should either cut their salaries, reduce their pension or salaries, and use the money to buy the things that they need, rather than get donations or use taxpayers' money, because it takes a huge chunk out of all of us city residents, and many of us are working class citizens. I'm a working class citizen. I'm not wealthy. I'm not even middle class. I'm below that. And it's really hard to survive in the city of LA because everything is so expensive. So I understand that some things, some police need some tools, whatever, but I believe they should either pay it out of their own pocket or find another source, because that's just too much. I see that with respect, but I'm just saying that that's a lot of money. And for general public comments, I emailed Chief Moore myself a couple of weeks ago. I told him that I've witnessed many officers who are not wearing facial masks, and I wear a facial mask when I'm in indoor places or when I'm out there, because viruses do exist, and he has mentioned that many of his workers, colleagues, have passed away due to the COVID-19 virus. And if he's really concerned about his staff, his department, he should mandate that his department wear masks and or get vaccinated, or both, which is better, because we cannot continue on this path where people are attacking one another and people are dying from viruses, violence. We have to learn how to cooperate and learn from science. And I encourage Chief Moore to tell his staff to wear masks and get vaccinated, and to find and to cut their salaries if they please, because we cannot continue on to this path of infighting, and it's going to continue on. Thank you for your time. I yield the balance of my time. Bye.
Madam Secretary, we have time for one more caller.
Okay, and the caller, Andrea, dropped off, so we'll move on to the next one, Oscar Portillo Jr. Oscar, you're on. Okay, we'll go to the next one. LAPD Medical Freedom.
Hello, is anybody there?
Hi there, Maria speaking. And yes, I represent and I'm a part of the officer families that are in the bucket of the unvaccinated 49%. And I wanted to make it perfectly clear that we will not be forced masked, we will not be forced jabbed, we will not be forced tested, and we will not be targeted, discriminated, segregated, or retaliated against for our medical and our religious opposition to forced vaccination. We're never going to submit to the ungodly poison injections. So we've had enough of these Nazi medicine, leftist, vax cult, commie agenda who are harassing us. And we expect that you guys are well aware that you don't need to spend or waste any time or money on useless education, because we are not hesitant. We are educated, and we are not going to comply with this agenda. So someone saying that, oh, the illegitimate Biden FDA appointed Janet Woodcock approved the FDA COVID vaccine. Okay, first of all, she should be in jail for her involvement in the opioid crisis and her previous approval of the Oxycontin and fentanyl that has poisoned many. So enough of the rules in this playbook of what we're going to deliver. You guys need to get on the ball as to officers and the league representing their legal, constitutional, and medical freedom agenda and legal opinions, because we've had enough of the one-sided big pharma opinions. So we need to hit all the 6 items in regards to the meet and confer, which is 1, the exemptions from the mandate; 2, protecting confidentiality of employees' vaccination records; 3, a process for providing proof of vaccination; 4, leave for adverse side effects of vaccination, 5, discipline, and 6, cost for testing, to name a few. We are actually very concerned about our already existing vaccine injured officers who were poisoned on duty, and their serious illness have not, and even death, have not been properly reported to VAERS. So when we talk about what is going on, you guys need to get on the ball and start pushing back on this nonsense and representing all of law enforcement.
Thank you, and that concludes today's public comment section. We will now turn to item 3 on the agenda, the consent items. There are 7 items on the consent agenda, items A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Do any commissioners want to pull aside one of these items for discussion?
I do. Mr. President, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Which item?
Can we pull E, please?
Okay. Any other commissioner?
Commissioner Briggs, I'm not
Yes,
sure.
Commissioner Becker.
Thank you. I couldn't hear Commissioner Kalanche clearly, but I would like D, the OPG. I'm not sure if she said E or D.
I thought she said D.
D, okay.
Sorry, I thought she said E. I apologize.
Yes, it was E.
E. In that case, for me, the OPG, which is D.
Any other Commissioner Bonner? I saw you had your microphone open.
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions on 3A and 3C, Charlie.
Okay, so that leaves items B, F, and G. I moved those forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Items B, F, and G have been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those carry. Okay, we'll start with item A, the mobile bunker shield. And item C, I believe that was yours too, Commissioner Bonner, the drones, barbecue, and communications. And we have Captain Valenzuela. Can we bring him up for item A, the mobile bunker shield?
Thank you very much. Captain, just one question about the shield, and that's whether there are, well, a couple of questions, but does it cover one or multiple officers? That's one question. The other question is whether there's any, I've never seen one, so I don't know if there's any training required, or I know there were some additional shields that were acquired after the Safe LA protest, and there was a little bit of training that was required there. But can you speak to just a little bit of, how this shield works and whether there's any training required?
Of course. So if you think of one shield, that would be a single officer. This is something where they can build multiple shields to create almost a rolling barrier. If a good example is we had an officer involved shooting that involved a crossbow. Officers were exposed in a hallway. Something like this would be able to be carted on wheels, and they can build it to meet the needs of whether they need to cover one or two officers. Not sure that 3 or more are going to fit behind something like this. So you're looking at either 1 or 2, and yes, they'll go through training. They'll go through manufacturer need or specifications in terms of how to build it, how it's used, and the best times at which something like this can be deployed.
And ultimately, I don't know if there's any existing in the current arsenal, if you will, but can you comment on that one? Do you have any of these already? And if not, also, is it just one that's currently planned, or is it something that where you'll need multiple over time?
Yes, this is not something that we currently have. Whether we need multiple, I don't, without committing us to saying absolutely no. I don't see that this is something we would have, 3, 4, 5 of these, because then you're looking at would we need these if we had 2 barricades at the same time? I'm sure we could move one to the other once that is completed and there was no need identified for another one beyond that.
Got it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to item 3C on the agenda. Captain Valenzuela, do you want to also take that one, please? And Commissioner Bonner, I believe that you had a question on this.
Yep. Two questions, Captain, on 3C. One is, can you comment on the expected useful life of the, as I understand it, part one of these kits that's references the combo that's includes both the UAS and some of the accessories. That's accurate?
Yes. So these, again, as is stated in the report, these are we're gonna take and for tactical purposes, we're gonna mothball them and use them for it's not an expansion of the fleet. I'm sorry. This is for D, correct?
This is item
3, Charlie. Yeah. On
I believe Commissioner Bonner's referencing the drones. Is that correct, Commissioner Bonner?
Yeah, so this is I
Charlie.
apologize. So this is for the Brink. Is this for the Brink ball or for the
No. The UASs, the drones?
Yes, so the UAS, this will be for these will be for parts and accessories to improve our capabilities for better vision, better flying capabilities because again, we don't use these solely in an outdoor environment, but these accessories will allow us to use them inside hallways, inside houses, for safe entry and for improved capacity for our SWAT team to operate. The expected life is it goes with the technology. I can't. The expected life, I think, is also based on the number of times it's used, the number of times that does it hit something? Does something create damage? So I'm not really sure that I can say that it's 3 to 5 years exactly, but I would anticipate at least 2 to 3 years worth of work.
Yeah. So, and maybe you can send me that information, but I'm just, if I'm remembering correctly, I think there's been at least, this is probably at least the second, maybe the third, but at least the second kind of change out, if you will, since the pilot was approved in 2018. So it appears to me that every 2 years or thereabout, whether it's because of new technology or something else, that's appears to be the useful life. But that's what I would like some confirmation on, not material to the vote today, but at least for some information. And then the second question that you kind of alluded to, but I'm wanting to understand, is the Mavic Airfly More combo kit, I believe that's what it's called. And just wanted to make sure you reference the capabilities. Are these enhanced capabilities or new capabilities?
These are going to be new capabilities. The ones that we currently have don't have. They weren't manufactured to do the kinds of things that these are in terms of video, voice, and stability to fly again indoors, in hallways, in rooms, and to safely maneuver.
Okay, so because that sounds very familiar to me, like as the justification for the prior upgrade, and so that's again, I'm not opposing what's being proposed today, but I do want to get some better information. One, because of the frequency with which there does appear to be some upgrades, and then also, again, I'm not. I want some further clarification on whether we're enhancing, the capabilities, include especially the part about flying indoors and things of that nature. That sounds very familiar to the justification for the ones that maybe the ones that are being replaced right now. But I'm also just clarifying. When I'm saying new capabilities, there isn't anything dramatically new in terms of what the system can do. So one easy example is we've clearly made it clear that there's going to be no weapon capability ever on a drone used by the police department. So I assume that's still the case. But is there anything dramatically new with what's coming versus what you already have? Sounds to me like these are doing same things better, more as opposed to new things. But that's what I'd appreciate someone just to shoot me a note and clarify, if you would.
Of course, we'll absolutely get you some information on the enhanced sensors and the enhanced capabilities.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bonner, any further questions on your item CRA?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. We'll turn next to item 3D, towing. Commissioner Decker, I believe that was yours. And I believe this is for the executive director, Mr.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Teefank, I listened to the caller earlier, and I'd like you to address some of those concerns. However, when I listened to her, I thought she had said item D. I believe upon reflection and looking at the underlying document, she may have been referring to item E. But in any case, would you kindly describe the process used for the selection of these OPGs, the outreach done, particularly to businesses that are not a current part of the process, and to women and minorities? It'd be helpful to understand the overall process. And Commissioner Kalanche, I do apologize to you. I believe you also called up item E. And I'm not sure if you have the same questions or slightly different for Mr. Teefank, but I do apologize if I'm encroaching on what you wanted to ask.
No worries, and actually your questions are right up the same alley as to what I was going to ask. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. My apologies to you also, Commissioner Briggs, if I messed up your the process you were following. I apologize. You were trying to be very orderly, and I think but Mr. Teefank, you're on D and E, and if you could help save me here from calling the wrong item, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Be happy to. Let me start with item 3D. Item 3D is a renewal of a contract that currently is in existence. When a OPG contract is put out for a request for proposal and ultimately a contract is awarded, that is an initial awarding of a 5-year contract with a renewal for a second 5 years as an option. The total contract length of time can be no more than 10 years, and it must go out for an RFP. So on item D, the contractor has completed its first 5 years, and this is a renewal for the second 5 years. We do a review of the contract and how that vendor has responded. We check with LAPD, with Department of Transportation, who are the primary users of the contract, to ensure that they have complied with all the conditions of the contract. Also, we do a re-inspection of all their equipment, their facilities, et cetera. And based on that, in this case, we're recommending a renewal. And just as a point of information, item 3D, Towing Specialist Inc., is co-owned by a female owner. And we have other female owners who also own OPGs, but this is uniquely a female owner who is a co-owner. If I could then, if there's no questions on D, I'll move to item E. On item E was a request for a proposal that was put out for bid for service area 15, which is the North Hollywood area. That request for a proposal came to the Board of Police Commissioners. The Board of Police Commissioners approved it. It then went to the City Council. The City Council approved it, and it was released on March 23rd of 2001. That when it is released, the contract is put into a city portal where people can access the portal and be able to understand all the information about the RFP. We also have a bidders information session where all bidders who want to apply are required to attend. And all the bidders did attend this conference. This was for a standard and medium duty tow contract. Standard duty is a tow that is less than 10,000 pounds. A medium duty is more than 10,000 pounds. So this contract will cover most passenger vehicles and smaller motorhomes and RVs. The contract was, the bids were submitted to us. Then there's a evaluation committee that is made up of 3 individuals, a staff member from the Office of the City Administrative Officer, a staff member from the city's Department of Transportation, and one of my staff members who is not involved in the RFP process and is independent of that process. They then review the background information that is compiled by Commission Investigation Division as a result of their on-site inspections. And based on that, they prepare a ranking. So the ranking in this situation was Black and White Garage was ranked number 1 with a score of 97.3. Mid-Valley Towing, number 2, 95.7. and Angelino Service and Transport number 3 with a 56.3. Ultimately, Mid-Valley Towing made 2 inquiries to the Board of, sent 2 responses to members of the Board of Police Commissioners, which is in violation of the RFP. The RFP has a specific section that a bidder cannot contact any member of the city staff and/or the police commission until the item is before the police commission for a decision, which it is today. And any pre-contact is grounds for termination of that contract going any further. Based on the violation of the section of the RFP twice by Mid-Valley Towing, I made the determination to terminate them from even going any further in the process, even though they were not the selected vendor. As to the allegations that I have a relationship with the owner of this company, that is 100% false. I would not know that individual if he or she walked in the room today. And I personally resent that comment that was made. I go about this business very ethically and very impartially, and I think I'll let my past record stand on that. And with that, I'll submit the recommendation to award the contract to the recommended vendor, Black and White Tow. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teefank. I have nothing further on that.
Mr. Kalante, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you for that explanation of the process, Mr. Teefank. I have a couple of questions that are somewhat related. How many of, and not looking at this specific contract, but how, I'm interested in finding out how many of existing contractors get reselected, therefore making it more difficult for like a new contractor to even have an opportunity to break into the business. So that's something that you can provide me later if you don't have.
Sure. Be happy to do that.
Yeah, I just, because I know the city contracting system, it basically does benefit to some degree folks that already have current contracts, right? So if you have like a new business or a minority owned business that's more of a startup or hasn't had a city contract, I know it's a lot more difficult to break in. So I'd like to see like if there's just information that you've collected over time or that can look into that kind of signifies like how often we just kind of select the same contractor that's the existing contractor. And then the other question I have is, I know the city has some sort of point incentive for minority-owned businesses or women-owned businesses. Is there anything like that that goes as that is part of your scoring?
There is not.
There isn't. Because I know like there's like maybe Weeby points. We can discuss offline just to kind of look at opportunities to expand our available contractors or opportunities for new businesses to kind of, this is a very important and could be a lucrative business, I think, for a minority owned company to break into. But those are some of the kind of the follow-up questions besides your explanation of the very thorough process that I have.
One thing that I think is interesting to note is that the resources that is necessary to come into this operation as a contractor, number one, you must have the available land, and land in the city of Los Angeles for towing operations is minimal at best. There quite frankly is, other than the existing storage lots and service areas, there is really no land that is zoned for a tow company. Most of that land has been redeveloped over time and purchased by Caltrans along some of the workways that they're doing, expanding of freeways. Also, you must have a significant inventory of equipment. You must have the vehicles, you have to have the capital to be able to get into the business. So it is a very difficult operation for someone to come into as a startup business because of the capital necessary to get into the business. And that's just the reality of this type of business that we're speaking about. But we'll get you information responsive to the questions you asked.
Perfect. And I have a slightly different question, but it's connected. Who sets the fees for retrieving your car from once it's towed? Is that us or the city council?
The Board of Police Commissioners. You set them every year. We generally bring that report to you in November, and they're effective in January of the following year. And those fees have been adjusted on, well, there's a formula that has been followed for a number of years that takes into a various consideration a number of factors. And that brings that to the Board of Police Commissioners. And the fees were last adjusted by your body, I believe, in November of 2020 to be effective in January of 2021. So you'll see that report probably in November of 2021.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalanche. Do any other commissioners have any further questions on items A, C, D, or E? Hearing none, I move items 3A, C, D, and E forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. I will now move to item 4 on the agenda, the verbal presentation by the Van Nuys Community Police Station Commanding Officer and Civilian Co-Chair relevant to the Community Police Advisory Board for Van Nuys. Can you bring up Captain Charles Hearn, please?
Okay, good morning. I am Captain Hearn from Van Nuys. So I appreciate having this time to be able to present with my co-chair, Andrea Jones. Do we have Andrea on too?
Should be, yes.
Okay, I don't see her picture, but okay, so do we have Andrea? Okay, good.
Yes, we do. Good. It's still morning.
All right.
Good morning.
Awesome. Okay, so the two of us co-chairs, she's my partner for CPAB. I'd like to go into a kind of a brief snapshot of Van Nuys and let you know what we have here at this facility. So by way of background, myself, LAPD, I'm almost 32 years of service, 11 years as a captain and 3 years commanding officer here at Van Nuys. So the way I want to structure this presentation, maybe four or 5 minutes or so on Van Nuys and kind of what our division is about. Then Andrea will run a PowerPoint with CPAB, and we'll go into the specifics of that. So here at Van Nuys, we have about 235 sworn currently with 15 civilian. We've got about 24 vacancies at the time, consistent of officer, detective, and lieutenant ranks. So that's quite a few that we are looking to fill soon. We also have 12 reserve officers, and I know that came up in the conversation earlier. They work closely with the officers out in the field. We have 110 volunteers here who help us with a variety of functions with administrative work, crime prevention, as well as detective functions, which is awesome. So, you know, Van Nuys, for the sake of the public and the commission that don't know this facility here, we're kind of right in the heart of San Fernando Valley. We're at Victory and Van Nuys. We house a number of different support sections here. There's a jail section, fully functional. There's commercial crimes division. We have gang and narcotics division, fugitive section here, juvenile division, property division. We have a homicide team that works the entire valley, as well as we call it REACT. They handle sex registrants also at the facility, all working here in the same building. So Van Nuys itself, our division consists of the city of Van Nuys, Sherman Oaks, and Valley Glen. Our council representatives are Ms. Martinez, Ms. Rahman, and Mr. Krikorian, respectively. So our division here is multi-ethnic with a predominantly Hispanic at 51%. It's 33% white, 7% Asian or Pacific Islander, and 6% Black. So we also have a significant Armenian culture here, as well as Jewish culture and community. Other communities we have are, for instance, Russian. And I'll mention a quick story for the sake of time. Last summer, maybe July, it may have been August, at the point of heightened tension, I had 30 people from the Russian community come here to Van Nuys, and they just wanted to honor us. So officers come in here and say, well, there's a lot of people from the Russian community outside. So we go out there and they had balloons and they had traditional Russian food and all sorts of things. And they sang for us and got all the officers out there. And it was just a very humbling experience. And that's the kind of community support that we have out here in Van Nuys, tremendous people that support us. And it was great to see. So here we have 4 public high schools. We have 2 private schools, and we work closely with those administrators in order to have safe passages and safety at those high schools, as well as the others, the junior high schools and elementary schools. Some of my significant issues are the same that affect the rest of the city, particularly dealing with persons experiencing homelessness. We have 2 bridge housing sites here. One just to the south of the station that's run by the Salvation Army. We maintain close relationships with them. And there's another one at the northern end of the division, and that's run by Hope of the Valley. So just quickly pertaining to our crime reduction efforts, I am at -8% crime reduction here so far year to date, which is excellent. We are a property crime driven division. Primarily auto-related crime is a significant issue, but that actually is down right now too. All of my categories of property crime are down. And I'll use this as an opportunity for the public that is listening. A lot of times these are preventable crimes, people leaving keys in the cars or fobs, and then or leaving the car running. So just last week I had 3 out of my 16 or so stolen cars where someone just left the car running and someone made off with it. So please don't leave the keys in the car. Also, the challenges I do have with crime this year is my aggravated assaults, which are up 11%. And these are basically spontaneous violence that's happening in the community. And I do attribute some of that to the pandemic, which we're all trying to get through. My gang crime is down 17%. We have minimal gangs here at this point in Van Nuys, and the gang unit is doing a really nice job with that. I would also mention that we were down in crime nearly 10% last year, and I've been here 3 years now as a command officer, and the year before that, it was down 8.3%. So this is a pretty safe community here. To conclude, and prior to going into our specifics about CPAB, we consider Van Nuys a community-driven division. So we host many events. We have Halloween events. We have Easter egg hunts. We have community forums, frequently of all sorts. We most recently had a walk your dog with the cops that some of you may have seen online at Sherman Oaks Park. And we have many other events planned for the future. So I'm going to go to Andrea and we'll go into the slide with CPAB specifics.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Police Commission. I am Andrea Jones, a community stakeholder, and I've lived in the area since 2006. I joined CPAB in 2009 with Captain Eaton at the time. So I've had the pleasure and honor of working with several Division 9 commanding officers. Currently, there are 20 members on our CPAB roster. Gender-wise, the board makeup is evenly split. The ages of the members range from 35 years of age on up. Our current committees are blight abatement, emergency preparedness, and community outreach. The Blight Abatement Committee performs about 2 cleanups a month. As you can see, there is a large community turnout to assist with these cleanups. Tools and supplies for the Blight Abatement Committee are donated by Van Nuys business owners. These business owners are extremely grateful for what this committee does in the community. This committee also has an annual barbecue for its members and the community who comes out to support the efforts. The Emergency Preparedness Committee is working with the Los Angeles Valley College to make emergency preparedness kits for the community. The committee is also organizing a community ham radio station to assist during emergency situations. Our outreach committee has been quite instrumental during the pandemic. The committee shares not only information about LAPD, but also about community events. The committee has taken the lead during our Facebook Live CPAP meetings, which we recently started due to the pandemic. So in the interest of time, I'd like to thank you for your attention and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you, Captain Hearn. Good to see you again. Good
to see you, sir.
I'd like to ask you a question with respect to whether or not your CPAP has a social media presence so that you can reach out to members of the community and engage them with things that are going on within that division and within the CPAP itself.
We use Facebook and Twitter most often to reach out to the community, which is why our community outreach committee is so very important and vital.
Thank you. And have you found that to be an effective tool to engage with members of the community there?
Most definitely, especially with Facebook Live. While we're having our CPAP meetings, we're also broadcasting on Facebook Live, and the outreach community, they are taking the comments and questions and bringing them to the forefront for our command staff to answer.
Do you find that many of the members of the CPAP are business, residential, or a combination of both?
The majority of our members are residential.
Are they concentrated in one section of the Van Nuys division, or is it geographically spread out? How would you characterize that?
I would categorize it as being geographically spread out.
And I understand that within that division, there had been some concern, particularly with theft of catalytic converters. What has the CPAP in that area done to help abate that particular problem, if anything?
Well, what we've done is we have shared PSAs on what to do to protect vehicles from theft of those converters.
And so when you say PSAs, have you rolled them out via social media? Is that how you've gotten them out, or you put them on the division's website, or both?
Well, what we initially did was during one of our CPAP meetings, we ran the PSAs live on Facebook Live during the meeting. And we've also had our Facebook. It's also on our Facebook page.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions. Do any other commissioners have any questions for Captain Hearn or Ms. Combs? Commissioner Bonner, you're my, yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. A couple questions, and I'm just going to kind of go down the list from the presentation. One was on the demographics. Well, actually, let me mix there's a couple of questions up. The captain gave the demographics kind of the area and the region, and then there was the slide that showed that there's a little bit, looks like there's a little bit of a mismatch between the demographics of the community on the one hand and the participation in the CPAB. And the question really then goes to the outreach committee. Is there proactive recruitment for CPAB participation? You noted that you're looking for a new chair, but if you could comment on what, if any, efforts are there, made to just reach out to the community for participation, but also to diversify the group?
Yes, absolutely, sir. And that is one of the central initiatives that I have is as far as diversifying CPAB. I do believe it's pretty diverse, but it is not representative of all the areas within Van Nuys Division, for sure. So it's a constant ask of my senior lead officers to identify people who would have an interest in serving in this capacity, giving me the feedback of exactly what's going on in the neighborhoods. I try to make sure that my CPAB is not just police supporters that come in there, people who will hold me accountable, ask the hard questions. We have significant discussions within my CPAB on public trust, racial equity, police use of force. These are the kind of things that are talked about. It is kind of tough, especially when we had prior to the pandemic, to have people come to the station and get involved. It is tough. People are busy. Facebook has helped. Facebook Live has helped a little bit. Doing it virtually has helped a little bit, but it's a constant strive to get that representation, and that is one of the things that Andrea and I will strive to do in 2022.
If I may add, during the presentation, I'm not sure if you noticed with the abatement committee, there are quite a few Hispanics who come out to assist with that committee with cleanup. In my experience, there's not enough time in the day for families to actually come out to the CPAP meetings. That's my take on it, because we have the residents are busy raising their families, and that's why we don't have that monthly participation, and we don't have those residents joining CPAP. However, the community is extremely active.
Thank you for that. And I think that's if I understood the point relative to the abatement committee, that the participation level is it's a much more diverse group of participants than members, I think is what you're saying. So I appreciate that. One other element of the demographic that we've asked some of the other CPABs about, though, is also one I'm just going to characterize as the younger crowd. Hard to draw a line on that, so it depends on where you sit. But can you speak to that element of it a little bit as well, in terms of are you successful in getting any, whether it's participation or membership, from, say, anyone under 40?
Yes, sir, and thank you for that question. We have a recent CPAB member who joined. He's been, I think, Andrea, about maybe 5 months or so, and at least on his appearance, he appears to be young. Okay, so we're getting there. But I will say that one of the very significant successes for our CPAB was our teen CPAB. So I firmly believe that we are able to reducing crime anyway within Los Angeles and within Van Nuys, but the answers to making significant changes is going to lie within the young minds, those who are the 18, 19 years old. So what we did within CPAB was go to our local schools. We met with the principals. We said, hey, we want to find kids who are interested in helping us with this particular issue. We posed to them over the course of a semester, okay, we have these problems with people stealing cars and breaking into cars. Without any of these things that sort of fetter our minds as police professionals that have been in the job so long, from a fresh perspective, what things that they could come up with in order to help us with this problem. And I would venture to say that we got a number of creative ideas that came from these kids. So it is something that Andrea and I are working on, trying to get more youth into CPAB and participating.
Excellent. Appreciate that. And potentially there's things that some others can learn from you, and probably vice versa as well, talking about some of the other CPABs. So I'd encourage you to give that some thought. Two final questions. One is relative to you mentioned one of the quality of life issues around, or some of the issues around homelessness, and just wanted some general sense in terms of the Van Nuys area. Are the issues any greater relative to the public spaces versus residential, or is it a mix of both or one or the other?
It's definitely a mix here within Van Nuys. My issues with people that are experiencing homelessness is not as great as other areas of the city. We try to get services to people constantly. We work very, very closely with the council district, particularly Ms. Martinez's district, who has her office here in the government center, as you know. And we have had success stories. At not last CompStat, but the CompStat prior, I was able to report on 11 people that we got into housing. And it didn't happen by accident. It was a close partnership with Ms. Martinez's office and active outreach by the SLODs, and finding that point in time where people were ready to accept the services. So I have some homeless people that are near the freeways. I have some that are near the government center. I have some that are in business districts. So it's an issue that's around in various areas in the division.
Appreciate that. And the last question, probably for the captain, but maybe Ms. Jones knows something about it as well. You mentioned that aggravated assaults are up 11%, and I think you were saying that was probably just a reflection of spontaneous violence in the community. Any correlation, or are you seeing or expecting to see any correlation with back to school, or with younger people going back to school?
No correlation at all with that, sir. Last week we worked closely with Ms. Monte, she represents like this eastern end of the valley with LAUSD to provide safe passages for children. We had our SLOs out there. We had our JCAR, basic cars, and community volunteers to provide safe passages. We made a concerted effort. Unfortunately, there were some homeless encampments that were very near, I'm talking a block away from schools. We talked to those folks well beforehand, weeks before. Hey, kids are getting back into school. We need you to move these tents. You can't have it up so the kids can walk on the street and get to school safely. And we did get cooperation from people. It was not a situation where homeless individuals were arrested. They understood, hey, school's getting back in session because of certain aspects of the pandemic that had been lifted, and they cooperated and moved those tents elsewhere. So those aggravated assaults that I mentioned, that 11%, was not related to anything with the schools or the youth. And when I said spontaneous violence, I mean, and for the sake of the public as well, this may be somebody that's just walking across the street or in some place in the area, and aggravated assault. And I don't know that sir, but for the sake of the public, someone just may attack them with a blunt object of some sort. And at least in my division, oftentimes it can be fueled by the drugs. The methamphetamine is a problem here. The fentanyl is a problem. Heroin is a problem and an issue which causes people not to be in control of their faculties, in addition to other mental related issues. And all of a sudden, these sorts of acts of violence may occur.
Got it. Appreciate that. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate both the information. Ms. Jones, appreciate your involvement. I think you said since 2009, I believe it is. So hopefully you'll continue to stay involved as well. And thank you for being with us here today.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Commissioner Sobrow.
Sure. First of all, thanks for what you do. Van Nuys is a very important area to the Valley in Los Angeles. I mean, it's the center of the Valley, which is by itself would be one of the biggest cities in America. But Van Nuys Boulevard is the center of the center. And tell me, and Van Nuys Boulevard is a great historic thoroughfare in Los Angeles. What does the CPAB think of Van Nuys Boulevard now and its different areas, and what are the discussions that go on about the different areas in Van Nuys Boulevard? So can you give us a report about the center of the center from your perspective?
Was that for me, Mr. Sobroff, or?
Well, for
Mr.
both of you, for both.
Okay. Would you like to go, Andrea, or I can
Yes,
talk on?
I can start.
Thanks, Andrea.
You're welcome. From a community standpoint, we feel as though, yes, Van Nuys Boulevard is historic. We feel as though it needs cleaning and it's unsafe. And so the Blight Abatement Committee really takes the time, and when they do their cleaning, they clean Van Nuys Boulevard. They have also in the past planted trees along Van Nuys Boulevard. I also sit on the Greater Valley Glen Neighborhood Council. And one of the things that we're doing on the council is also putting trees and helping to beautify and clean Van Nuys Boulevard.
I would also add, sir, an initiative of CPAB. It got held up a little bit, and I think the Cultural Affairs Department of the city, but CPAB wanted to have a mural painted at the bottom of our stairs. I don't know if you've been to the facility before. Right now, it's very government, it's very corporate. It's just a white wall that says Van Nuys. So they got a local artist from Pacoima who had done a number of murals and had him submit artwork to CPAB. They looked at it, they approved it. I gave it to the officers to look at. Who they loved it, and it was community driven. So we want to get that mural put up on right outside the station. Feedback was received from a number of people who had lived in Van Nuys, along Van Nuys Boulevard 50 years. And as far as different sort of images that could be incorporated in this mural. So that's something I'm really looking forward to. We want to be able to get that put up, but right now there's a little bit of a hiccup with the bureaucracy to get it up there. But it's a great idea, and we have that the depiction. We just want to be able to do it as soon as possible.
In my high school days, we would, if you're lucky, you could buy a car or lease a car on Van Nuys Boulevard, and then you could cruise Van Nuys Boulevard, and then you'd always wind up at Bob's Big Boy number 7 on Van Nuys Boulevard. But now one of the issues that we have is street racing, and how is Van Nuys, which was one of the cruising meccas of America, how is Van Nuys in relation to those kinds of issues, and how did your CPAB engage in that?
CPAB doesn't really play quite so much role in it. We do have a group of car club guys that come a lot of times in the summer and on Sundays, maybe around 4 o'clock or so, and they'll, same as before, they'll cruise down Van Nuys Boulevard and show off the cool cars and everything, and they go kind of in trail, what we would call in the police world, and stay for a couple hours, and that's basically it. They're kind of older guys at this point. It's not really the younger crowd or anything, but it's still going on, sir.
Okay. Thanks for all you're doing.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Sobroff. Do any other commissioners have any questions? Seeing none, Captain Hurd, I want to thank you. Ms. Jones, I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank you for your volunteerism and everything that you're doing for our community to help keep it safe. I'm a Valley resident, so I really appreciate everything that you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank both of you. Stay safe out there.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have on the agenda item 4B, the report regarding the Ethics Enforcement Section Integrity Test Report on the first biannual 2020 report. And can we bring up Chief Rimkunis and Captain Velos? If I pronounced that correctly, I hope I did.
Hello, Commissioner Briggs.
Hi, Chief Kunis. I can see everything on your desk, but I can't see you.
Okay, give me 1 second here. I'm having some equipment problems. I thought I was ready, but just like everything, let me fix this real quick, and I'll be right back.
Sure.
Oh, yes, of
Hi, Captain. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. And yourself, sir?
Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, there you are, Chief. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioner Briggs, Commissioners, Mr. Tiefenk, Chief Moore. Before I turn it over to Captain Valois, who's the Commanding Officer of Special Operations Division, I just wanted to go over a couple of highlights and really stress the importance of Special Operations Division. Just want to talk about their mission real quick, and then talk about ethics enforcement's mission and goals, because I think it's vitally important. It's an important piece of the organization, and you know, we go to great lengths to ensure that our testing and the operations are successfully. So I just want to say that Special Operations Division is in place to support the department's goal of maintaining a corruption-free, highly professional workforce. Ethics Enforcement Section's mission is to safeguard the integrity of law enforcement operations within the department by identifying and evaluating any department employee involved in potential at-risk behavior. There's three primary goals of Ethics Enforcement Section. Number one is to develop objective integrity audits that accurately test an employee's conduct when placed in a situation with the potential for at-risk behavior. Number two, create a tool for investigators to identify and investigate employees involved in potential at-risk behavior. And number three, create a sense of omnipresence throughout the department to ensure that employees handle each assignment legally and ethically, adhering to all department policy and procedures. So I just wanted to set the foundation before turning it over to Captain Valois and his team over at Ethics Enforcement Section. Captain, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Chief. With me this morning is Detective Teresa Curtis, the acting officer in charge of Ethics Enforcement Section. This morning, I'd like to present the Ethics Enforcement Section Compliance Test Report for the first 6 months of 2021. I'll discuss some of the highlights of the report, point out our progress in increasing the number of tests, and then answer any questions you might have. In comparing this report to the same period of 2020, the integrity compliance tests, both random and specific, increased from 36 to 66, an increase of 30 or 83%. The increase is reflected in both categories, with random tests increasing from 28 to 44 and specific tests increasing from 8 to 22. I'd like to give specific credit for this increase to Detective Curtis, whose hard work and efforts to improve the efficiency of the section have resulted in this tremendous increase. Of the 66 integrity tests conducted, there were 5 classified as fails. These 5 resulted in 2 personnel complaints being generated. In the remaining 3, training deficiencies were identified rather than intentional misconduct. Therefore, the involved employees were provided training by their respective commands, and notices to correct deficiencies were issued. These 5 fails represented a failure rate of slightly more than 7.5%, as compared with the failure rate in the first half of 2020 of 11%. So we're getting better. It's a decrease of 3.5%. Additionally, of the 66 integrity tests conducted, there were 8 considered as a pass with comments. 7 of those were random and 1 specific. The affected commands were notified of the comments, as well as the Office of Operations, and corrective action was taken. The specific actions taken vary, though, depending on the circumstances, but they include training, comment cards, notices to correct. An analysis of the past with comments revealed no definitive pattern of conduct. Ethics Enforcement Section also conducted personnel complaint intake tests. These tests, unfortunately, decreased from 36 in 2020 to 30 in 2021. This decrease can be attributed to the closure of station front desks due to the COVID-19. Now, of the 30 tests completed, there were 0 failures. In other words, in each test, a personnel complaint form was completed and submitted to Internal Affairs. And each of those complaints submitted met the minimum standard for accuracy. There were, however, 6 passed with comments. In each of these, the respective commands were notified and provided corrective action to the employee. An analysis of the complaint intake tests did not reveal any specific pattern or trend. However, there were similarities between some of the passed with comments. These similarities, these seem to be not fully documented, all of the complaint contact information, such as the birth date, address, or contact telephone number for the complainant. Overall, Ethics Enforcement Section completed a combined total of 96 tests in the first half of 2021, compared to 72 during the same period of 2020. This represented an increase of 24 tests, or 33%. In conducting both the integrity compliance tests and the complaint intake tests, every geographical area was tested, along with 3 traffic divisions and 6 specialized divisions. These included Communications Division, Custody Services, Gang Narcotics, Metropolitan, Pacific LAX, and Robbery Homicide. Of all the divisions tested, the 5 fails occurred only within geographic areas. There were no fails within a specialized division. There's no other pattern or trend was observed. In conducting integrity compliance tests and complaint intake tests, Ethics Enforcement Section tested all ranks of personnel, sworn and civilian. There was a total of 170 personnel tested, which equates out to approximately 1.4% of the department, compared to 153 that were tested in 2020, which has been an 11% increase. This also included 2 command officers, or approximately 1.5% of all command officers. The command officers tested were selected by their assignment using a randomizer. And I'm happy to say that both command officers passed the complaint intake test. Lastly, Ethics Enforcement Section continues to have majority of tests conducted on its own initiative, with 82 of the 96 tests. The next largest category was referrals from Professional Standards Bureau with 8. These 8 referrals were for employees that may have a personnel complaint indicating at-risk behavior. Of these 8, 6 passed without comment. However, the remaining 2 were fails and personnel complaints were initiated. It is my intention to continue requesting as many referrals as possible and to utilize specific testing to ensure compliance by employees that have indicated previous at-risk behavior. Furthermore, we will continue to review our testing procedures to ensure that they accurately reflect our employees' compliance with the principles of procedural justice and the tenets of constitutional policing. Now, how can I answer any of your questions?
Captain, thank you. Before I turn it over to some of the other commissioners, and I do appreciate your report. My question is with respect to the 5 fails. I'm unclear whether those fails relate to the constitutionality of a stop, detention, and or arrest, search and seizure, application of procedural justice, overall service to delivery to the community, Department of Policy and Procedures. Which one of these items that you have here did they fail in, or did they fail in all of these items? That's where I'm unclear.
Okay, on one of the fails, it was failing to do an intake of a personnel complaint. So it was a failure in providing quality service to the community. In the second fail, there was multiple categories. Had to do with discourtesy, It had to do with body worn policy, where they failed to turn on their body worn, and inappropriate language.
And since you're going down the list, the third, the fourth, and the fifth?
On the other three?
Yes.
Tara, do you have those?
The other remaining three had to do with identifying a police report and that police report not being properly completed.
More specifically, it was regarding a hate crime completion or a hate incident, I believe.
Yes, and during that hate incident, we evaluated the totality of the test and identified some training issues. Hence, those were completed as a notice to correct.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Bonner, I see your mic is open.
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning. Had a couple of questions. First, for the captain, you started out and made reference a couple of times to some what I'll refer to as historical or contextual information on both the number of tests that were completed, things of that nature. And one question is whether it's appropriate. I'm really going to ask you to consider in future reports to maybe provide either up front or at the end, somewhere in the report, a little summary of that kind of historical information.
Sure, absolutely.
And just to the degree it's appropriate, would be helpful to just add some further context, I think, to how things are trending, at least in that regard. So I'd ask you to consider that, number one. The first question, I suppose, is about, and I'm looking at table number 1, page 4, in reference to the attempts that I understand, in particular, like if there's a situation where you try to attempt a test and someone's either out sick or not available for some reason, that's categorized as an attempt. The question is, if that's something that's accurate, is number one is, are there efforts, and I'm thinking this is probably more specific to the, or applicable to the specific test, and I'm looking at over half to me, as I'm reading this, it suggests that over half those attempted tests were not successful for whatever reason. And so the question is, if that's accurate, and especially if it's a specific test, someone's either an individual or part of the organization that you're looking at, are there reattempts? Like, do you go out again and try to? So if you can comment a little bit on that, just to give some assurance that it's not a matter of some things getting lost because an individual was not available and a first attempt was not successful. Can you comment on, just give us some assurance as to how that's handled and yeah.
There are absolutely reattempts. Just because they go out, the officer may have called in sick that day, may be assigned to the desk where they're unable to do a field test or a kit room, equipment room, something like that, to where they're not available. They come back again and continue to try. One of the efficiencies that Detective Curtis has done is when we do go out and we're unable to complete an attempt, she has a contingency plan so that we can go into another test when we're unable to complete a test. That is one of the reasons why we have increased our testing by 30 or 83% in the first 6 months of this year. But yes, they continue, they keep the name on file, the individual that's specific, and at some point in time, they will be tested. We keep going back and trying and trying and trying again.
And so just so I understand with this, and I'm just focusing on the 59% in that column with regard to the specific integrity test. So in terms of what that number represents, so what you just described in terms of reattempts, does this 59% also include cases where you did reattempt and it was successful, or does this only represent attempts that were not successful for whatever reasons?
The 59% would only be attempts that were not successful.
Okay, so that's wrong. To me, again, that suggests that almost 60% of the specific tests just were not successful, and therefore you just didn't get any results or any information.
on
So I
that
understand a case where, some subset of that, you reattempt. And you do the test, and that number would be reflected in the pass fail or somewhere else in here.
Correct.
But if I'm understanding 60, I'm trying to understand what I should make of that, in terms of 60% of, despite, if I'm hearing you correctly, despite reattempts, 60% of these tests were not carried out for some reason. If I'm understanding that correctly, what should I make of that? It sounds troubling to me, I guess is what I'm saying, that if I'm understanding it accurately, sounds troubling to me.
I understand your concern. We are continuing to attempt. When they're unavailable, they may be unavailable for multiple days, and we're trying for multiple days. So each attempt is exactly that, another try to test that specific officer until we are successful. And we will continue to attempt until we are successful with a test of that specific officer.
And would and I probably don't need to get into too far the details here, but when I'm thinking also, do we know how much of this is this always an issue with the personnel on the personnel side, where it's a function of an individual not being available or for some reason?
Yes, generally yes.
Mm-hmm. So
I think
I'm sorry.
It might help the commissioner to give him a little more detail. This is an individual that we're going to put an operation together, stage with undercover officers to set up a scenario that would test the individual for their adherence to a standard. For instance, discourtesy or taking a report. And so there's maybe a radio call. It may be an occasion where we brush alongside the individual, if you will, for lack of a better term. And getting the X and Y coordinate together so that it is truly undiscoverable or unknown to the employee that he or she's being tested means there's a convergence of factors that can interfere with that. Mm-hmm. And so, and to the captain or deputy chief, just give a brief example, for instance, of a service complaint or remarks about an officer that we have concerns about his level of discourtesy or her level of perhaps being discourteous. What would that operation look like?
Sure.
Without going into too much of the detail of how we conduct the operation, when we talk about a staged test for a specific officer, we are deploying an undercover officer. But one thing I don't want to forget this point, Commissioner Bonner, is that when we do conduct the specifics, they can be quite difficult because we have an intended test objective for that specific officer. And sometimes actually getting to the officer, we come across many things. And when we stage an officer or a situation, we only have a certain amount of time to accomplish that task. There are times, and that's reflected in the 59%, that we may actually put off testing that officer at another time. We have a radar file for that officer, and that may be because they end up going long-term IOD, or maybe they're in a situation or working an assignment where we can't contact them. So that also reflects in our attempts. However, they're not ignored. They're actually monitored on a monthly basis so that at some point, if we have a specific officer that we are trying to test, we will at some point contact that officer. And going back now to Chief Moore, to your original request, we also in our specifics sometimes detour into observationals where it sounds like what it sounds like. We observe the officer for an intended test objective to test that officer.
So yeah,
too much detail.
I wanted to go back to the second to last point there. So this was the point I was understanding. You were saying that eventually you'll make the contact with the officer. And that's what I'm still confused about, because say you do that, and one, I don't know how many times you might, make the attempt, but say you do that. My assumption then is that would not be, reflected in the attempt numbers. And if it is, or what this is telling me still is that even that there's still 60% almost, or 59% of cases where you make some reattempt and still never accomplish the test. So that's what I may be unclear, but that's what I'm saying this number is saying to me, is that despite repeated attempts, that still there's some 59% that maybe did not get tested for, despite the effort. Or if you're saying that eventually you do eventually, contact them and take the test, then I'm wondering why that number is not lower.
Commissioner Bonner, this is Mike Kunis. So what we can do is just parcel that out in this attempt so it's clear, when we report again on what's taking place. But let me reassure the commissioners, when we have a specific employee identified, there's a lot of work that goes into an operation, to monitor that employee. And for a number of reasons, we can set up for multiple days on a specific employee and try to get that employee, in the right situation for monitoring purposes. And it doesn't always work that way. But when we have identified employees and it's not a random test, for example, we're monitoring them for a specific reason. And the goal is to monitor them to ensure that employee is conducting police work lawfully, procedurally, and is operationally sound. So I know it's the numbers we're looking at percentages, but when we have this identified like this, that employee just doesn't disappear because we cannot identify them that day, that week, for whatever number of reasons that always seem to come up. So everyone does their best to try to monitor. So we have, we take notice of that, we file that, and we continually then work with the best and safest operational plan, to monitor that employee. But we'll do a better job parceling that out so it's clear that when we do have an attempt, that we can have identified numbers to show we've attempted, say 59%, but of the 59% we retested, and the number is 40 of that 40% or something like that of the 59, just so it's clear that we don't, that you weren't left with wondering, well, does that employee 60% and where does that fall and what range?
Yeah, appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I may be able to provide a little further explanation for that. For example, if we set up a test with an undercover operation and we get out there, we're all set up, it's a radio call, and suddenly the officer that we're looking to test gets tied up on another radio call and is no longer available. That would have been considered an attempt. We would try again the next day. If he's assigned to the kit room, we're all set up, but he's unavailable, that would be a second attempt. We would continue attempting until that employee is tested.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So I get the picture now, and I feel a little bit better about it, I suppose. But I would like you to consider whatever suggestion Deputy Chief Kunis is making in terms of, I'm speaking now just in terms of how to continue to improve the quality of the report going forward. So if you reflect on that, I'd appreciate that. One other comment on just noting on, I think, some of what you were suggesting about the increased number of tests and so on. I'm understanding that also to be reflected in Table 3. There was a conversation, I think, in an earlier year suggesting that there be additional effort in the areas of constitutional policing, and that's what appears to be reflected here. So I appreciate that added attention in those areas. And one question about Table 4 in terms of the number of personnel. I think in the numbers that you reflected, I think across I'm thinking now just throughout the chain of command, that it sounded like with the numbers, the percentages that you gave, that it sounded relatively consistent throughout the chain of command. If you're looking at the 1 point something percent that you referenced both for patrol officers and command staff. But are you satisfied that it represents a fair assessment of the entire organization? That's just what I just appreciate that. And this is not a yes or no question, so I appreciate the yes, but give me a little bit more in terms of why you're sad. And that's just for the sake of understanding how those numbers do result in making sure that that with that dramatic drop off when you're looking at the raw numbers, it's a pretty dramatic drop off. But just comment as to why it reflects a fair assessment of the entire organization.
Each rank that we're looking at is respectively about the same percentage of the total of that rank. For example, I think I mentioned 2 command officers is about 1.7% of overall command officers. You're looking at 112 officers, it's around 1.4, 1.3% of the overall officers within that rank. And it's the same within sergeants, detectives, and lieutenants. So we're testing pretty equally across the board as far as throughout all the different ranks. I would love to be able to test a lot more officers, but with limited resources, we are testing more than we have ever before.
Last question on that. Appreciate that. Last question is relative to the command staff. Is it the same treatment relative to random and specific, or are those numbers also consistent across the or throughout the chain of command?
It's random with command officers, unless we get information that would indicate some type of at-risk behavior in order to do a specific test.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. Are there any further questions? Commissioner Kalantri.
Thank you. Captain, I have just a couple of questions just to understand some of the data. On table 3 on page 6. So I think this might go to Commissioner Briggs's earlier question, but so I'm wondering, of all these different categories that were tested, if it's possible for like next time we report this, if there's like a percentage of pass fail for each of these. I'm assuming it's pretty low given that the table above the fail, I think, was like 5. Just to kind of have a way to assess like each of the categories. And I think you named them, the 5 fails earlier, but I think that would be helpful. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then on what I'm trying to understand the number here on table 4, you have a total of 170 personnel tested. And I'm trying to figure out, and it just might be me, but I'm trying to figure out where that number comes from, because it seems that on table 1, you have 96.
Okay. We would conduct a test, and we conducted a total of 96 tests. However, that each individual test could have multiple officers. For example, we're doing an observational test of a patrol unit out in the field. There's going to be 2 officers in that patrol unit. Therefore, they're both being tested, even though it only counts as 1 test. But it would be 2 personnel.
Perfect. That makes sense. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Kalantri. Commissioner Decker, I see your mic is open.
Thank you, Captain. I thank you for the report and your presentation. Much appreciated. I reviewed this report and also reviewed some of the prior reports. And by the way, I concur in the requested recommendations made by the other commissioners. But when I look at, say, table number 3 and look at constitutional policing, stops, searches, seizures, the number 32 is all the same. I looked at some reports, and typically the number is the same, although not always. Is it fair then to assume that when evaluating an officer on these factors, it's the stop, the search, and the seizure all happening within 1 test? Is that a fair assumption or not really?
No, I think that would be a fair assumption.
Okay.
Most of these are observational tests where we are, I don't want to get too many details of how the test works, but observing a unit in the field, perhaps doing a ped stop, a pedestrian stop, or a traffic stop, to where when we see that, we see what the violation is at the same time, and then we compare that to the in-car video and the body-worn video to make sure everything is constitutional and that they're following policy and procedures.
Understood. Thank you. And the fact that under unbecoming conduct, that's a 32 as well, that's just coincidental, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. Captain, thank you very much. Appreciate the report. You heard the comments of the commission. So we look forward on the next report that those comments will be incorporated within it. Thank you very much. And Chief Ramkunis, thank you as well. We appreciate it. The question before the commission now is to approve the current report. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Commissioner. That ends the regular session of the agenda. We'll now be moving into closed session. I would suggest we start closed session at 12:25 to give the commissioners a slight break. See you in closed session. Thank you.
Thanks.
The Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 5A1 and 5A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
all present, I will ask the executive director to report out in the closed session.
Yes, Mr. President, Commission's completed its work in closed session related to items 5A1, law enforcement related injury number 045-20. The chief of police recommendations were unanimously adopted on a 5-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 Sergeant 1, 1 police officer 3, and 2 police officer 2s. Administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 3, and 3 police officer 2s. Less lethal use of force, out of policy, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, and that related to mobile field force volley 2 and beanbag rounds 4 and 5. As it relates to item 5A2, officer involved shooting animal 051-20, the commission unanimously adopted on a 5-0 vote the recommendations of the chief of police, which were tactics, tactical debrief, 1 reserve police officer 1, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 1 reserve police officer 1, lethal use of force in policy, 1 reserve police officer 1. That concludes the report out, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tefang. At this time, there being no further business before the commission, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. See you next week.
Aye, thank you.
Bye.